Okay, I'm gonna be doing some gameplay of the newly released Genshin Impact patch. So if those of you that haven't played Genshin Impact in a while, or if you've never played this game, this is Genshin Impact. I should probably move this thing out of the way. I was just looking at the Zen timings to see, because I let Gigabyte's BIOS do the timing. They tune the timing for me. Just set it on auto, let it do its thing. And TREFI is at like 62,400, and TREFI nanoseconds is 15,600. So that is supposed to be pretty good. From what I can tell, the RAM is running at 8,000 mega transfers right now. So, and I have just been using the computer. I completely forgot that it's overclocked. But we're just gonna let it run like this. And it was asleep for pretty much the entire week. So we're gonna see if this is stable. This is usually how we do things. We do things live like this. I don't even know how I got these. I didn't even do anything. So this is Genshin Impact. I haven't played this game in a while. I've been trying to get acclimated to all the different stuff in here, because this is Natlan. This is the new, essentially it's like a new patch. It has all this new content. So we will switch over to Black Myth Wukong shortly. I gotta just do the dailies. I gotta do the things I need to do to get the things on these characters. I probably should not have wasted the resin on some of this stuff. Yeah, the weapon on this character. Okay, it's maxed out. Talents are maxed out. So I just need to get these characters ascended. So send the other one first. And then we'll switch over to Black Myth Wukong. I'm still actually, technically, we're in chapter 3 in that game. I haven't played that game since you guys last saw me play the game. Let's see how this goes. I think I'm gonna need Pyro for this fight. We're gonna need Pyro. Let's get rid of her. We're gonna need some really strong. We're gonna need the Fontaine people. We're gonna need some Pyro. Who's good? Her? Faruzan? Is Faruzan even, like, prepared to do anything? Like, she hasn't done anything in, like, I haven't used this character in, like, 2 years. Okay, let's see. Let's see how this goes. I haven't played this game in a while. Let's see if the muscle memory takes over. Wait, why? I noticed the music is turned off. Is the music turned off? Oh yeah, it is. No, it's just really quiet for some reason. Yeah, I think probably should have gone with a different group. Although Kazuya can pretty much carry the whole group. Let's see. I think we can also go over more of the motherboard stuff. Oh, one of the things that I didn't talk about, I didn't spend enough time discussing the Arrow Lake. Or the Lunar Lake. Because Arrow Lake and Lunar Lake were topics that I was supposed to talk about yesterday. I feel like I didn't cover them in depth enough. So I might talk about it on this stream. Yeah, that could have been done a lot faster. You just want to get the 9950X 3D and the RTX 5090. Yeah, I hear you. The RTX, so X3D is probably coming out either at the earliest. X3D would come out at the very end of the year, so you'll be waiting until December at the earliest. At least I think so. And then for RTX 5090, that's probably coming out in November. So you probably only have to wait, like, realistically, what, 2 to 2.5 more months? It's getting closer. So yeah, it's definitely gonna come out soon. The RTX 5090, all the comparisons with the 4090 will be done at 4K resolution, because that is the way that NVIDIA will be able to showcase the largest performance difference between the 4090 and the 5090. So on your computer, do you use your computer primarily as like an all-in-one? Because 7950X3, 9950X3, I feel like those CPUs are very good for multi-faceted workstations. Actually, hold on. How much of this do we have here? I need to do this, actually. I need to do the weekly. Is this the narwhal? No. Wait. I got plenty of that. Oh, it's actually Fontaine. I forgot. This thing? Yeah, this one. The only game at 4K except on the sim rig, which has 5120 by 1440 OLED. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, the computer that I'm using right now, this is the only computer that I have that has the OLED. I feel like I need to play as a healer. Just in case. Just in case. Hold on. I gotta switch to her or something. I don't know. Oh, wait. They got a healer. Never mind. I can switch to this person. Who would be good? Farina? Farina would be good as a backup healer, I guess. Alright, we're doing... This is co-op. You only game and stream on the computer. The only other use is trading, view, and Microsoft Word. I never figured out this boss fight, like how to do the most damage. The game is in the title. I like when people ask me what game it is when it's literally in the title of the video. It's like, I don't know what to tell you, man. It's like it's in the video, in the description of the video. It's in the title of the video for one thing. Oh, what? We go into a black hole as I try to do the ult? Does it say in the title of the video? Yeah, Black Myth Wukong's in the title, but there's other... Oh, you know what? Maybe it's showing you the old title, because it was updated. Yeah, I think it's showing you the old title. Alright, here we go. Okay, all the blue numbers are my numbers. All the other color numbers are other people. Well, the white numbers are also my damage numbers. What? The two of them died? How am I the only one still alive? Oh, no, the other guy's still alive. Two of our allies died. I'm having to tank. I'm having to tank. The other guy's just an archer. It's like there's a bard and then there's like a healer playing as the tank. I'm the healer playing as the tank because unfortunately our other two DPSs just straight up died. I have to keep going back into my healing mode. Oh man. Can you do a setup tour? I think I did one like last year or something. I probably have to do an update one though, because I've changed so many PCs this year. I'll probably have to do a new one. Yeah, I'll probably... That's an easy video to make, actually, so I can do that. Come on, Tignari, do all the damage. I need your help. Alright, now we go healing mode. Wait, oh, they live. They all revived? Okay, that's cool. So phase 2... We're fighting a giant whale. It's so fitting. It's so fitting that we're fighting a whale, considering this game's what type of game this is. The theming, it's perfect. We're fighting a whale. Well, the thing is, I just hold on to them. See, the thing is, a lot of people will sell their old computers, right? And I guess they do that to subsidize... Oh wait, I can't accept the treasure? What? I just wasted this... I can't even get anything from doing this? Weekly treasure limit reached? What? I didn't even have to run this. That was a complete waste of time. Alright, well that was a waste of time. Yeah, all I do is I just save up for the hardware and then I rarely sell my old hardware. I tend to keep it. That's why it ends up looking like I have a lot of computer hardware, because I just don't get rid of the old stuff. Now, I have thought about selling some of the old hardware, considering like there's a whole bunch now. But the thing is, if you're gonna do reviews, like you kind of need to keep the older hardware so that you have other hardware to compare the newer hardware to. So that's one of the reasons why I don't sell my old hardware, because I'm not one of the large channels that gets free review samples. I have to basically purchase all the stuff at release, and that's why my videos are always come out later, or I try to do as close to the embargo date as possible, but it's realistically it's not something that I can do just because of the way product launches work. I guess I'll do this one. Really? I have to host this one? Alright, well, I am the host. And I don't even need to change who I am. I can just stay like this. Alright, we need one more. We got Garcia. Arjus match. And Gray. Why is this guy lagging? Okay. No, I'm not gonna be this guy. I need to be... Okay, Bennett can heal, but Bennett's healing is, like, lousy. Although, now we have 2 fires, so I guess... I don't know if I'm gonna regret this, going with Lenny when Bennett's the healer, when Bennett's healing is not that good. Hey, Hades. Yeah, it's nice to see you back around here, Hades. You haven't really been around in a while. Yeah, we could probably do some build examples here. I'm thinking about doing a live stream build just to show people how to build a computer. Those videos seem to be pretty popular for some reason. Like the PC build live stream videos. Did they nerf this fight? I can't help but think that we're burning through this guy like super fast. Look at that. Yeah, we're using an overclocked 9700X. We've overclocked the memory to 8,000 mega transfers, and we're using Curve Optimizer and Curve Shaper to overclock the CPU to 5.7 gigahertz. This game looks so cool. This game has a vibrant color palette. Yeah, I'll go over the settings in a little bit. There will be a video. I'm going to be doing a guide video on how to do this sort of overclock. I've been running it like this all week. So I want to make sure that it's 100% stable. I'm not the type of person that will put out a video if it's not 100% stable. Like, I'm not going to show you how to do something that doesn't actually work properly for myself. You know what I'm saying? So I've been running this overclock the whole week, and I've never shut the computer. Well, okay, I've never rebooted the computer once. I've only put the computer to sleep in standby mode and then wake it up and then continue using it the next day. And it has been 100% stable. We can live stream all day. We can play a game and live stream at the same time. Do everything with this overclocked CPU. Live streaming at full 1440p, 60 frames per second, while gaming at 4K resolution. Alright, phase 2, or final phase. We need Bennett to put the heal up. We need that heal. We're gonna need that heal. I'm Cat in the Hat. Oh, get in the circle, get in the circle. Whoa, 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 whoa. Those two died. They weren't in the circle. It's only me and Bennett. I crit for 23k. I quit for 23k again. Oh no, he's pulling us in. Watch out, watch out. Oh, I dodged that tail swipe. Cat in the Hat. Cat in the Hat. 48k damage. Cat in the Hat. Watch out. It's only two of us. We lost our two friends. They both died. Oh, I died to a tail swipe. Oh, that was so unexpected. What? Oh, man. He's the only one left. It's up to Garcia. Garcia's the only one left. So is it safe? I died in like one hit. Wow. I wasn't expecting one tail swipe to one hit kill. I got OTK'd by like a tail swipe. So is it safe to just leave my PC in sleep mode all the time, except during storms? Yeah. I mean, you can even leave it in sleep during a storm. I mean, the worst thing that can happen is if you lose power, the computer will just turn off unless you have a like a UPC or a UPS, universal power supply. You know, like a battery backup. You can leave it like that, yeah. Man, this guy is pretty epic. He's soloing this boss. This boss is meant to be defeated using 4 players. He's fighting a boss that has been scaled up to handle 4 players, and he's doing it all by himself. And he's playing as a support character. He's doing this as a support character. Oh! Did he die? Oh, he died. Retry. Is everybody else in, or... Wait, wait, why is this... We need the 4th guy. What are you doing? No, go back out. We need... What's his name? Oh, there's Garcia. Yeah, these other two need to get out here. And I need to switch characters, because this guy is not... This guy does good damage. But yeah, I usually just leave my computer on the whole time. Like, through a thunderstorm. It's not a good idea. Like, okay, the only thing you don't want to do in a thunderstorm, don't update your BIOS in a thunderstorm. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not a good idea. That's not a good idea. Updating a BIOS in the middle of a thunderstorm when there could be an outage and you could lose power, because you can break your motherboard that way. If you lose power while the BIOS is updating, you basically brick the BIOS, and you can recover provided the motherboard has BIOS flashback. Otherwise, you can't. You'll have to RMA the motherboard. What are these guys doing? These guys need to go back outside. I think what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to play as a dedicated healer. Now we have too many waters. Where's the fourth person? Oh, great. She doesn't have any artifacts. That's wonderful. No, we can't use... I don't even know what she was supposed to be using. This is what happens when you don't play the game for like an entire year. And you come back to it, and it's like a complete mess. Alright, whatever. Just here, I'm just gonna start it over. Here we go. I can't play as her because I don't have any gear, so I have to pick somebody else. We got 4 waters. Wait, what? No. We're not doing 4 waters. Really? We're doing 4 waters? No, we're not doing mono. Who would be good in this? Electric would be good. Okay, this is better. We have 2 waters. So we do get the elemental soothing water. Alright, here we go. This way, those guys can do damage, while I'll just heal them the whole time. There we go. Our damage numbers aren't as high because I'm not playing as a DPS now. But at least this will ensure that we survive. You guys know hardware sales are up like, or I guess PC hardware sales are up globally this quarter or this month because of Black Myth Wukong. I think we talked about this yesterday. Hey, HDZ. How long do you guys think Black Myth Wukong takes to complete? I've heard it's about a 50-hour game. It's a pretty long game for an action game. This game, I bet people who have never seen this game before are like, man, what is this awesome looking game? Only one of the most commercially successful games on the planet. It's like only one of the most popular games in the world. Besides like FIFA and League of Legends. And I guess Minecraft. But see, look, we're at no risk of dying because I just keep on healing everybody the whole time. Like only Nuvile is losing HP because he self-damages himself. You're on the last boss of Wukong. How many hours of play do you have in that game? I'm still in chapter 3. I need to get to chapter 4. Chapter 3 is long. It seems like that chapter is really long. Final phase. Get ready. Get ready. Get in here. You switch the SATA to M.2. Yeah, you'll also be able to benefit from the games that use direct storage. Oh, you know what's a game that came out today? I think it was today. Astrobot came out on PlayStation 5. I think it's PlayStation 5 exclusive for now. I was watching the reviews for that game. That game looks really good. I feel like Astrobot might be a contender for Game of the Year. That game is actually really good. It makes you think, like, out of all the games that have come out this year, what is actually Game of the Year eligible? There's not really a lot of games that are eligible for Game of the Year this year. I can only think of, like, what, 2 games? 3 games? What controller do I use? The Xbox Series X. Didn't Fontaine have another boss? Like another weekly? Or they only have Narwhal? So you can only beat these things once a week? I thought they changed that. I thought it was like up to 3 times. Starfield is 1? Starfield didn't come out this year. Was that supposed to be like a serious comment? Starfield was last year. That doesn't count for Game of 2024. You know what's a game that came out last year, though, that would be nominated for awards this year? Avatar. Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. That game came out too close to the end of last year that they count it as this year. Starfield's like a year old. Oh wait, do I even need to fight this guy? Yeah, we do. We need to do 2 more runs. Is it possible to use the SATA? Ouch. Yeah, why wouldn't you be able to do that? Of course you can do that. Yeah, you can run both of them. There's no reason why you can't. Yeah, you can definitely do that. You're on B450. You're on a B450. Your board acts like you don't have it installed. What to do? Oh, depending on the motherboard, your SATA SSD is not an M.2, right? It's a standard SSD. Or no, it's a SATA SSD, which means it's a 2.5-inch SSD. You need to make sure that the SATA ports that you're plugging it into are not sharing bandwidth with the M.2 drive. So you probably have to move the cable to a different SATA port. Because that's probably what it is. Gotta do one more. Wait, you said the motherboard is an Aorus? Whoops, oh boy. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, most likely, some of the SATA ports are probably sharing bandwidth with the M.2. I mean, it's not hard to figure that out. Let's just look up the, where's the motherboard? Is it a B450 Pro? I see it has two M.2 slots, but I have a feeling one of them shares bandwidth with something with SATA. Doesn't look like it. Oh no, it's an M. Do both of these drives have Windows installed? You should only have Windows installed on one of them. Oh, they both have Windows installed. So what did you do? Did you clone one of them? You clone them or... Because the other one would show up, depending on which one you're booting from, the other one would show up as a second drive. And it would still have all the Windows directories. You have to do it inside Windows, but you have to be able to see the drive. You use the recovery USB. Oh, just to install Windows. You use the recovery USB to install Windows. Yeah, you just need to You have to, first of all, you have to be able to see the drive in Windows. You can't see the drive. It's weird. Are you able to, so if you were to remove the M.2, does it then boot off of the SSD or the SATA SSD? Wait, this enemy's still not here. Wait, that thing's been gone the whole time. Yeah, normally it'll show up as, oh, you know what? Well, you use the recovery USB just to install Windows. So technically that's not recovering any data. That's doing a new installation of Windows. Isn't it? So the old one would just show up at, unless you, like, cloned the drive, then it would boot off M.2, and I think the other one may or may not show up because it's the same instance of Windows. The motherboard will favor booting off of the NVMe drive first. Yeah, I'm just trying to look. I'm looking at the manual right now for that motherboard. It doesn't say there's any limitations. Oh, wait. Oh, there are. Oh, I see. Okay, I think I know what it is. Yeah. You have to move the SATA cable. So there is something here. This is it. Okay. This is, I assume this is the correct motherboard. This is the B450 Aorus M Revision 1X. The manual is very easy to find. You go to the website for your motherboard, and then you click on support, and then you click on manual, and then you choose the manual PDF file based off of the language. In this case, I went to the English one, so it opens up this. So it opens up this, the user's manual. It's a PDF file. You can even download the entire PDF file and save it, so you don't have to go look for it again. Anyway, this is the motherboard. So it has one M.2 slot, socket AM4. It has a clear CMOS jumper over here. It has DRAM. It has like all those LEDs and stuff to debug LEDs. So what we want to look for is installing the SATA and the M.2, which is going to be this part right here. Install on page 16. Installation notices for the M.2 and SATA connectors. Due to the limited number of lanes provided by the chipset, the availability of the SATA connectors may be affected by the type of devices installed in the M2A socket. Refer to the following table. So, here it is. If you install I assume you have a PCIe 4-lane SSD, which would be the second one here. When this is installed, you lose these two SATA ports. So there are 6 SATA. there are 4 what I call natural SATA, and there are 2 shared SATA. These 2 that have an A SATA indicate that they are using a splitter, which means they are using ASMedia's chip. There's an additional chip, and I don't think this is going to show the block diagram. But these 2 last SATA ports, you cannot use these 2 when you have a 4-lane SSD installed. When this is installed, those 2 are disabled. So that is the reason why you will not see the SSD, the 2.5-inch SATA SSD, when you have the SATA. So you have to move the SATA cable away. You have to unplug it from a SATA, and you have to plug it into one of these 4. That will fix the problem. Yeah, and it's worth noting that those 2 SATA ports are what I call the extra SATA ports. Those are not the primary ones. So you want to try to only ever use those once you fill up all 4 of these. Because these are using an ASMedia 61, I forget the exact model number, but it's using some kind of chip that basically takes 1 lane of PCIe and it splits it into 2 so that you get two additional SATA ports versus 1. Now, the downside of doing this is that these 2 SATA ports do not support RAID. So you cannot use RAID with these 2. You can only use RAID with these 4. But most people don't even care anymore because no one really uses RAID anymore. So, but that is something to be aware of. And I think this probably says that. Like somewhere in here, like in the specification table on the front on the website, it probably says support for RAID 0, 1, and 10. Refer to 1 through 7 internal connectors for... Yeah, see, it even gives you a warning here. There's an asterisk saying refer to 1 through 7 internal connectors for the installation notices for the M.2 and SATA connectors. So this, what we did here is we were looking at this. That's basically what this is talking about.
I would like your opinion on 2X870 motherboards, the Asus ROG STRIX X870A and the Gigabyte X870E Aorus Pro Ice.
HGZ, yeah, we can definitely look into those 2. So Aorus, so the ROG Strix from Asus, the X870A. So that one is Asus ROG Strix. Yeah, we can compare both of them. X870-A. So that's one of them. That's this one. And then the other one is the Gigabyte X870E Aorus Pro Ice. Okay, so I'm just going to tell you straight up, like, just the fact that the Gigabyte board is an E and the Asus one is not an E, already I'm leaning toward the Gigabyte motherboard. Just right off of that. Because the Gigabyte one is already higher end than the Asus one. Just because it has the dual chipset, whereas this one only has 1 chipset. So just keep that in mind. So already, I like the Gigabyte one more, just because it's going to give you more connectivity. So this one, let's take a look at the Gigabyte. Well, actually, let's look at the Strix first. Let's look at Strix, because I'm already kind of leaning toward the Gigabyte without even looking at them, but let's at least look at what the ROG has. So this one has... So it's, okay, you know, your standard 4 memory slots, and then you've got Expo, XMP support, 1 display port, 1 HDMI port, 2 USB 4, and remember guys, every single USB 4 port, it doesn't matter what motherboard, the motherboard can be the cheapest X870 motherboard or the most high-end X870E motherboard, every single one of these new motherboards will support DisplayPort alt mode on the USB 4 ports. That means even if you buy a motherboard, an X870 motherboard that does not have an HDMI or a, let's just go to the gallery here, or a DisplayPort on the back. So for example, this. So this motherboard has a DisplayPort and an HDMI. That is very nice to see because not a lot of them do that. Some of them, most of them will give you one, but not both. So this Asus board has both, but even if you have an X870 motherboard that does not have an HDMI, nor does it have a DisplayPort, the 40 gigabit USB-C ports on the back, so the USB 4 ports, will always support external monitors for your integrated graphics. So keep that in mind. So if you ever have to troubleshoot, like let's say you're trying to troubleshoot a problem with your PC. So let's say you want to isolate whether or not it's your graphics card that's defective. So what you can do is you can turn off the computer, you can unplug and remove the graphics card, and then what you do is you plug your monitor into either this HDMI or this DisplayPort, or if you don't have either, you have to plug the monitor into the USB 4 port on the back. Now, the only challenge is not everybody has a USB-C cable that will have USB-C on one end and then it'll have DisplayPort on the other end, because that's the sort of cable that you need to have unless you have a monitor that has USB-C on the monitor. Then you can use a USB-C cable to plug the monitor into the USB 4 port, and then you'll be able to basically test if your integrated graphics is showing you an image but the graphics card's not. So this is very handy. A lot of people are like, well, what's the point of putting HDMI or DisplayPort on the back of the motherboard when I'm never going to use the integrated graphics? Well, never say never, because there may be an instance where you have to troubleshoot a problem, and having the ability to plug into a monitor using your integrated graphics for troubleshooting can come in handy. So that's why I just want to point that out. So every X870 motherboard will allow you to drive at least 2 monitors off of each of these USB 4 ports. It doesn't even matter, like, you can even do technically more than 2, because the USB 4 supports something called DisplayPort alt mode, which also can ride over something called PCIe tunneling, which means you can technically do daisy chaining of multiple monitors from one USB 4 port. So you could probably drive like 2 or 3 monitors off of each USB 4 port. This would be something that I could test in the future, but the challenge for me is I don't have a lot of monitors that have USB-C, so I'd have to have some kind of fancy cabling setup to be able to pull that off. But if we look at the... So Asus does not have the manual, so we can't look at the manual yet, but we can read the tech specs. So this one has a single X16 Gen 5, and then it has an X16, a physical X16 Gen 4 that has 4 lanes active. So that means, yeah, that basically means this top slot is for the GPU, so this is 16 lanes of Gen 5. Then this bottom slot is 4 lanes of Gen 4. And remember, this is an X870, so this has 8 lanes of Gen 4, 8 lanes of Gen 3, and 24 lanes of Gen 5. So if 16 of those lanes go to the graphics card, that means there's some chipset lanes that go to this bottom slot here. And 4 of the lanes the CPU lanes will go to the first M.2 drive. So that's typically where your boot drive goes, because that goes straight into the CPU. It bypasses the chipset. So it's going to have the lowest latency from a storage standpoint. So that's probably the top one here. That's Gen 5. Then you have 4 lanes, which they're most likely wiring to the USB 4 controller for the 40 gig on the back. So that means you've got 4 more lanes of Gen 4, which would go to a second M.2, and then there could be like 4 lanes of Gen 3 for a third M.2, and then you have like the SATA. But let's verify that by reading the actual spec sheet. So it says here, okay, so here, the first M.2 is Gen 5. Okay, so that's the CPU lane one. The second one is also Gen 5, which means the second one is borrowing lanes from the graphics card. That's the only way that can happen. And sure enough, there's a double asterisk here. If we zoom in here, and the double asterisk refers to this. M.2_2 shares bandwidth with PCIe X16 G5, which means the graphics card slot. When this M.2 is occupied with an SSD, the graphics card will run at X8 only. So they're letting you know. So it's sharing lanes. And then what else we got? We got the... what is this? Oh, the third M.2. Okay, so what's nice about this motherboard is even though it's X870, it still has 4 M.2 slots. So one is Gen 5, no sharing. The second one is also Gen 5, but it takes lanes from the graphics card. The third one is on the chipset. And that one is PCIe Gen 4. And there's a triple asterisk, and it says M.2_3 shares bandwidth with the second PCIe slot. When M.2_3 is occupied, the second PCIe slot will be disabled. So keep in mind, it sounds like the M.2, the way ASUS has set this up is the M.2 drives have priority, which means if you have something plugged in to the second PCIe slot, the moment you install an SSD in the third M.2 slot, your device that's in your X4 slot will be disabled. Kind of like what we saw with that SATA SSD being disabled because the M.2 drive was in there. So and then finally we have the fourth M.2, which uses PCIe 4.0. So if I were to draw this out, let's get paint here. There it is. And then what we'll do is I'll just move this here. So if this is a CPU and this is the socket, remember, this is X870, which means it only has one chipset. There's no dual chipset. So it means that you have the PCIe Gen 5, you have a PCIe Gen 4, and you have a PCIe Gen 3. So you have PCIe 5, X24, PCIe 4, X8, and PCIe 3.0 X4 or SATA 3. So either way, it's either PCIe or SATA, but there are 4 lanes total for this last one. So it says there's a, well, we know that there's a switch. Actually, I'm gonna have to draw this out further because there's a lot of like actual stuff here. Let's make this longer. So the switch is here. We'll just put this one here. And this is either the graphics card and or the second M.2. So you have You got 16 lanes here. You have 4 lanes here. And you have 4 lanes here. So this is going to be 16, 4, and 4. This is USB 4. USB 4 is taking 4 lanes. This is M.2_1. This is the GPU. This is M.2_2. So remember, when this is active, the GPU runs at X8 speed. Then we have another switch, and this is gonna take 4 lanes, and then we have another 4 lanes for the 4th M.2. So here we have M.2_4. And then here you have an option. Remember, we have the priority, which is the M.2. So we have M.2_3. And then we have an open PCIe 4.0 x4 electrically 4-lane. So this is like a 16, it's a 16 physical, but it is 4 lanes. So that's how that's set up. And then I didn't look at the rest, but you've got your SATA and your network, and we'll look at that next. So you can only use one Gen 5 on the ASUS, and the PCI Gen 5 won't be affected. Right, so you can use this one for Gen 5 and as your boot drive. I would recommend the boot drive should be this one, because this one connects straight into the AM5. This goes straight into the CPU socket, whereas this down here is the PROM21 chipset. So yeah, your Windows drive goes here. You don't have to use this immediately unless you want to later on. And then you would use this one and then this one. So you could do like 3, no problem. Assuming you don't need to run something off of this down here. And here's what I'm gonna say on the X4 internal. As much as I like having the option to use a 4-lane PCIe, the reality, so in my case, I'm just speaking from my own use case, I typically I need this because I run a 4K 60 capture card, and that needs 4 lanes. It doesn't have to be Gen 4, it could be like Gen 2, and it will work. But I need 4 lanes of Gen 2 or 2 lanes of Gen 3. But having said that, there are a lot of external capture cards now, and the nice thing is you can always just use USB 4 with an external capture card. So this is an alternative for capture cards, meaning this is becoming less and less relevant over time because of USB 4. See, what I've seen, a lot of comments I've seen is like, a lot of people are like, no, who needs USB 4 on a desktop? USB 4 is a laptop thing. No one's gonna need USB 4 on a desktop. And I feel like comments like that are what I call very short-sighted. Like, it's people who are not really thinking about the long-term investment when they're selecting a motherboard. Because a comment like that shows that either that individual, like, they're only just going to play PC games, and they're not really going to consider doing anything with content creation or any sort of heavy workload or any specific use case, where it's clear to me that they don't understand like what USB 4 enables them to do. Like, USB 4 is actually very powerful. It is significantly better than USB 3.2. Like, it is a massive, massive upgrade. It's like 40 gigabit bi-directional throughput, and there's 2 of them because of the chipset. And on top of that, it supports something called PCIe tunneling, which means, you know what you can do with USB 4? You know when you can run off of the USB 4? You can run an external GPU. If you wanted, just like with a laptop, you could literally connect an external graphics card to the USB 4 port on the back of the motherboard, and it will work. It will work. There are an insane amount of things you can do with USB 4. You can run like a network storage array connected to USB 4. You can run multiple monitors off of USB 4, off of a single USB 4 port. You can run external capture cards that can do full 4K 60 with HDR, full bandwidth with no latency or very, very little latency. So off of USB 4. So USB 4 is huge. It is a game changer, and a lot of people are just sleeping on USB 4, not even realizing like what it actually enables them to do. So for their PC. So yeah, no, this is an incredible thing. It requires 4 lanes of Gen 4. So technically, this is over provisioned because it is using up 4 lanes of Gen 5 when the USB 4 spec only requires 4 lanes of Gen 4. It doesn't actually need Gen 5 at all. So that's one thing that's kind of weird, because I feel like a lot of these motherboards are tossing USB 4 controllers on the Gen 5 CPU bus when they could have connected it to the chipset. But anyway, that's whatever. So anyway, that's kind of how the main parts. And then if we look at the SATA, it looks like it's got two SATA ports. So it's got 2 SATA, and then it's got the Wi-Fi 7, and then it has the 2.5 gig Intel LAN. So we have, I'll just say Wi-Fi 7, 2.5 gig LAN, and then it has SATA 1 and 2. And that's what's connected on that. And that's pretty much it. And then that Wi-Fi 7 includes Bluetooth as well. So it's got Bluetooth 5.4, which I think is the latest one. I think that's the latest spec. Okay, this is the ROG Strix X870-A gaming Wi-Fi. This is the block diagram for this motherboard. So if you want to like take a screenshot of this, like save this for future reference, because the thing with Asus doesn't always they rarely ever publish their block diagram. So out of all the different motherboard vendors, Asus is the most secretive in preventing their customers from seeing the block diagrams of their motherboards. So basically, the reason why people are probably like, how are you so good at drawing these? The only reason why I've gotten so good at drawing these diagrams is because of Asus. Believe it or not, it's because Asus never publishes their block diagram, that in order for me to form a full picture in my mind of what the motherboard offers, I have forced myself to have to master the art of deriving motherboard block diagrams thanks to Asus, because Asus never gives us the block diagrams. It's like there's only like okay, on Threadripper, because you're paying so much money for Threadripper, yes, Asus will show you the block diagram for Threadripper. But for all the consumer stuff, for both AMD Ryzen and Intel, like they don't show you the block diagrams, which is ridiculous considering the other 3 brands all show you the block diagrams. So, yeah. That's another kind of like weird anti-consumer thing that Asus does. I don't know, I think it's a little bit harsh to say anti-consumer, but it is something that Asus does that the others don't do. Okay, so that is the Strix. And then we'll look at the other one next. Let me pull it up now So the Gigabyte one. So what's interesting, Gigabyte already has the support page. So Gigabyte might actually already provide us the block diagram. I'm about to prove a point here unless Gigabyte omitted it, but let's see here. So for Gigabyte and for all the others, this includes MSI and ASRock. Yeah, see, look, this is what I mean, guys. Look, here it is. This is the manual. We scroll down, and literally on the 5th page, you already see the entire block diagram for the Gigabyte motherboard. This is what I'm talking about. So we don't actually have to draw the Gigabyte motherboard because Gigabyte was kind enough to already provide it. So you can see, similar to the Asus one, there's a switch. And so your GPU goes here, or the GPU will be here, and then you have two M.2 drives that are sharing bandwidth with the graphics card. Which means, so how many M.2s? So this has, so what's interesting about this board actually looks really interesting because this one also, like Asus, this one has 4 M.2 drives. 3 of them are Gen 5. One is here, so this first one, M2A underscore CPU, is physically up here at the top. So this is the one with the really fat heatsink all to itself. So this one's typically going to be your highest end slot. It goes straight to the CPU, so it has the lowest latency. It's also Gen 5, which means you can run a super fast, crucial T705, like the fastest SSD in the world, and you can get the full potential out of it using this slot. And you don't have to worry about it taking lanes from the GPU. Now, the other thing is, so it looks like, the other thing cool about Gigabyte, notice here, Gigabyte label, the way they label their M.2s, it's very easy to tell if an M.2 goes to the CPU or if it goes to the chipset. Notice there's 2 chipsets here because it's an X870E. So the first one says M2A underscore CPU. This means it goes to the CPU directly. The second one is down here for some reason. So they went A, B, C, D. I don't know why it's in that order. It's completely random. So the second one, M.2, M2B underscore CPU. The second one also goes to the CPU. Then this one up here, just below the graphics card slot, also goes to CPU. But notice this one in the middle, M2D underscore SB. Does anybody in the chat know what SB stands for? Let's see if anybody, if we've got any sort of PC veterans in here that remember the days of like how, like what the nomenclature was for referring to chipsets back in the day. Because they're using some older acronyms here, which is interesting to see. Yes, the South Bridge. Hades got it on the first try. Excellent. This is the South Bridge. So the South Bridge means the chipset. Because long ago, CPUs used to have a North Bridge chipset and a South Bridge chipset. Today, because CPUs function, especially AMD Ryzen CPUs, because remember, AMD's Ryzen CPU has something called an I/O die in the middle. So if we were to delid the Ryzen CPU, there would be an I/O die, which is basically what the North Bridge used to be. So the North Bridge is now a part of the physical CPU itself. It no longer exists as a separate entity. The South Bridge still kind of exists on the motherboard, and that's now what the chipset is. Because the North Bridge has been fully integrated into the CPU for both AMD and Intel for a very long time now, the old terminology of North Bridge and South Bridge has kind of died away, and no one really uses those terms anymore. But the South Bridge technically kind of still exists, and that's why Gigabyte is using SB to indicate that this M.2 connects to the chipset, to the South Bridge. So that's what that means. So we have one chipset SSD, and we have 3 CPU connected SSDs. And then from here, we can see that, sure enough, there are 3. There's 1, 2, and 3. And the 2 and 3 share bandwidth with the graphics card. But, on the bright side, they both also have full Gen 5 bandwidth. Because the graphics card has access to 16 lanes maximum of Gen 5 speed. Which means, so here's the thing, guys. A lot of people are probably like, man, I don't like the idea of running my graphics card at half speed. Yeah, that is kind of lame, but keep in mind, this is Gen 5, which means when the newer graphics cards come out in the next few months, what you will see is that NVIDIA, AMD, and possibly Intel will introduce Gen 5 graphics cards for the first time in history. So, when you let's say somebody has an RTX 5090, we'll use a 5090 as an example. If you plug, a 5090 will be a Gen 5 X16. That means the total bandwidth for PCIe will be insane. We're talking 128 gigabit per second interconnect on a 5090. However, because it's so fast in terms of the Gen 5 bandwidth, it's not a big deal to run a 5090 at X8, because a 5090 running at X8 will still have the equivalent bandwidth through the express link as a 4090 running at full 16 Gen 4 lanes. Keep that in mind. So 8 Gen 5 lanes equals 16 Gen 4 lanes. This is the reason why this is not going to be that big of a deal in the future, because Gen 5 has an insane amount of bandwidth. So where this was a problem with older series, like for example, like Gen 4 GPUs and older chipsets of the past and older motherboards, this is less of an issue going into the future because the newer graphics cards are going to operate at Gen 5 speeds. So that's why I don't see this as a significant problem this time around, whereas last year and with previous generation motherboards, I didn't like seeing this, but now it's not too big of a deal provided you're on the latest generation graphics cards. So this is more of like a future-proof sort of setup when you think about it, because with a Gen 5 GPU, it's not really a big deal that you're having to run it at X8, because it's still equivalent to 16 lanes of Gen 4. So I hope that makes sense. So that's why, to me, it's like this is not really a deal breaker, just because it's running the GPU at 8 lanes when you have these M.2s installed. So, and then we have the fourth M.2 off of the chipset, off of the first chipset, and then it shows you what it does. So you got 4 SATA. So all those PCIe 3.0 lanes, they're going to the SATA. There's 4 of them per chipset, and all 4 of them go to 1 SSD each. And then we have the second one. This one has a total of 8. So here, what they're doing is interesting. So they have an X4. What's interesting is Gigabyte, unlike Asus, Gigabyte has decided to only take lanes from the GPU and give you a dedicated X4 slot of Gen 4, I believe. I'm pretty sure this is Gen 4 because it says 4 right here, and this says PCI 3.0. So this is Gen 4. So they're doing 4 lanes of Gen 4, and then what they're doing is they're doing a second X4, but it's Gen 3. So that's the 8 lanes off of this chipset, and then your SATA / PCIe bus over here, they're doing 1 lane for Wi-Fi 7, and they're doing 1 lane for the 2.5 gig LAN. So that, and I think they're doing 1 lane for this 20 gig USB-C. So that's probably what they're using for the very last lane. So yeah, this is a pretty nice board. Like I like to see 4 M.2s I always want to see 4 M.2s. But the cool thing about this is you're actually getting 2 X4 PCIe slots. So like so technically speaking, you could run 6 SSDs off of this board. You would do 4 natively, and then you would do a 5th one here, which could be Gen 4. Then you could do a 6th one at Gen 3. If it provided you had the expansion cards to install in these 2 slots. So this is actually pretty rare. It is rare to see a motherboard in 2024 that's a consumer desktop motherboard that has multiple PCIe slots that are not sharing bandwidth with drives, and they're like full 4 lanes. So that's actually kind of rare to see. So yeah, very interesting board. So personally speaking, like if it was me, I would recommend the Gigabyte board over the Asus board. Just because this one, oh, and I guess no one really asked the question. Like, remember, this was 24 lanes. We got to count the lanes on the Gen 5. So we have 16 to the Switch. Then we have 4 to this. So that's 20. So the question is, where are the remaining 4 lanes of Gen 5? The answer is they're over here. As media USB 4 controller. This is using the 4 lanes. The last 4 lanes are going to this. And sure enough, you have 2 USB 4 with DisplayPort alt mode, which means they can drive monitors off of those USB-Cs. So this is a pretty nice motherboard. Actually, what is the... I want to see what the back panel looks like. Okay, so this has an HDMI, 9 USB Type A, and then you have the dual USB 4, and then the LAN and the Wi-Fi 7. So yeah, this one, I think the Asus one, doesn't the Asus one have a little bit more stuff on the back? Asus has an additional 10 gig USB-C, 9 USB Type A. This one had how many? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So they have equal amounts of Type A. The Asus has 1 more USB-C. Asus has display and HDMI, whereas Gigabyte only has HDMI, but then it has those things. So yeah, the Asus one has a clear CMOS button on the back. The Gigabyte one does not, from what I can tell. Yeah, it's a Q Flash Plus. So the Gigabyte one is probably on the front of the board. It's probably down here somewhere. Yeah, there's a clear CMOS jumper, but I don't see a clear CMOS button. Yeah, this one doesn't have a clear CMOS, so you have to like short the jumper there. Unless there's a physical button, it just doesn't show it. Because a lot of the Gigabyte boards, they have the clear CMOS as a physical button that's actually on the physical board. It's not on the back. I wish they would put it on the back. I don't know why they don't do that. But still, overall though, like if I was choosing between these two, the Gigabyte board has more stuff because it has the full E. The Asus has less, but the Asus one actually does have that DisplayPort there, although, and an extra USB-C. I don't know how much of a difference that makes, but yeah, I would probably go with the Gigabyte board. Like this one actually looks like it's better. Oh, actually, you know what? I just realized something. Hold on, let me see. What does the front of this look like? Yeah, you know why the Gigabyte one also automatically wins? It has a postcode debug. This is a white motherboard that has a postcode debug. That is so rare. This is like a hidden gem. So yeah, this one is definitely the winner for sure. What is the price difference? Well, I'm going to bet the Gigabyte one is more expensive. The Gigabyte one's going to be more expensive because it is E. It is extreme. It has both chipsets. And it has a postcode debug. Oh, the Asus one does have it? Where is it on the Asus? I can't see it. It's hard for me to see it on these pictures. Is there like a picture of the... Like, oh wait, that was it right there. Where is it? I don't see the postcode. Are you sure? I don't see it. I don't think it has the postcode. Are you sure? Because this thing in the corner up here is not a postcode. That is a choke. That's an inductor. That's not a postcode. So I'm not seeing it. It's definitely not in the top right. And I don't see it down here. Sometimes they put it at the bottom. I don't see it. I don't think it has a postcode. Because that right there is not a postcode. So I don't think this one has one. The Gigabyte one has one, though. The Gigabyte one also looks super clean. Don't you notice that? This one looks like it's like a frozen ice rink. This one's got like the ROG brand, the Strix branding plaster all over it, which that's not necessarily bad. I'm just saying the Gigabyte one looks super clean by comparison. Features say Q code. Where does it say that? I don't see it. Are you sure? It says QLED. It says QLED. QLED is not postcode. QLED are those lights that light up that may or may not be helpful. Because, like, the problem with the little lights, the LED lights, they don't tell you, like, they tell you, okay, if the DRAM is doing something, but it doesn't actually tell you, you know, like, you're not going to know, like, for example, if the computer, let's say the computer has a graphics card problem, the LED for the graphics card may light up or it may not light up. It depends on the actual problem. So, yeah, I don't know, man. The codes are way better. Yeah, this is not, that's not the same. And I can tell you that the Aorus from Gigabyte also has those little lights. This one has both. I just got to figure out where they are. They're on here. They're usually like, yeah, see? Gigabyte has both. It has, so here's the 7 segment, but the VGA, CPU, DRAM, and boot, these 4 LEDs, just like on the Asus, they're also on the Gigabyte. So basically the Gigabyte is giving you both. So yeah, no, I think the Gigabyte board, just to me, just straight up has more functionality than the Asus one. If I had to guess the price, I'm gonna say the Gigabyte board is probably, this one is probably going to be $350 to $400. The fact that it has 2 X4s though, and okay, yeah, this one, I wouldn't be surprised if this is like a $400 motherboard. This one is definitely going to be cheaper. I can tell you right now. This one is probably going to be like a $300 board. This will probably be anywhere from like on the low side, this could be $230 to $300. Depending on Asus, like how they want to tax it. Because you know how the Asus tax is? Like Asus, because Asus literally just sells a lot of product just because people recognize their name. It doesn't even matter if the product is good or not. Like so if Asus is being fair, this would be like $229, so $230. If they just want to charge Asus tax, they're gonna just sell it at $299, like $300 for this motherboard. This one is gonna either be 350. This is starting around 350 to 400, I would say. It could even be like 429. So in general, what I would tell you is be prepared to see a $100 price difference between these two motherboards. Like, with the Gigabyte being the more expensive motherboard out of the two. For obvious reasons. It's dual chipset, and it has it basically has just more stuff. You know, like, it's giving you more Gen 5 SSDs. It's giving you more fully connected PCIe slots that don't take up bandwidth from like when the drives are installed, for example. So, yeah, the Gigabyte board's the better board. But it's a higher end board, though. Asus does have X67 or X870E. They do. Oh, you mean a white one? Yeah, they do have the Prime, but the Prime's not fully white though. Yeah. I don't know. If it was me, the Aorus one is the better board. I think most people would agree with me on that. Objectively speaking, the Asus board is providing everything that you'll need in general, so it can get the job done. But the Gigabyte board is a nicer board. It has more stuff, therefore it's going to cost more money. It's that simple. But yeah, appreciate the super chat. This one, I think a lot of viewers got a lot of value out of this discussion, regardless of whether they were interested in either one of these motherboards. So now if people want to doing a white build, I mean, these are some really good choices. The other one would probably be like the ASRock. I know we didn't talk about that one. X870E ASRock. I think, do they have a whiteboard? I thought they did. Yeah, the Steel Legend. The problem is ASRock, they don't have the website ready. But the Steel Legend from ASRock, this one has a really fancy RGB light bar down here. This would be another one. What's the CMOs? The CMOS? Oh, the CMOS button? The lack of a CMOS button? Yeah, but you don't really have to clear your CMOS that often unless you have like a bad memory overclock that you have to recover from. It's not a big deal. You just have to short it with a screwdriver. You just have to short the 2 pins with a screwdriver. That's literally all that the switch button on the back does. But yeah, the Steel Legend's another one that could be potentially a good choice as well. This one has a single Gen 5. Oh, but see, this one is going to be more like the Asus board, because this one is non-E. This is X870, not X870E. So this one's going to be more similar to Asus. The Gigabyte one's still going to be more higher upscale than this one. Yeah, this one looks, just reading what they have, this one looks a lot like the Asus board. Yeah, one thing I will say, unfortunately, ASRock kind of screwed up. You see what they did wrong? They put the second they put the second PCIe slot too high up. This needs to be down at the bottom. Because they forgot. It's like someone at ASRock forgot. Whoever was designing this board completely forgot that graphics cards are literally as thick as cinder blocks. So you can't put, if you actually need to use this second PCIe slot, it needs to be further down. What I've realized is last generation with X670, Gigabyte got it perfect with the spacing. Like, Gigabyte was the first to figure out that 4090s are really thick, like thick with a C. So they put the two PCIe slots down at the bottom as far away from the graphics card slot as possible. Like, they were the first to do that. And that's the reason why, if you guys watched my motherboard, my X670 tier list video that I did back when this stuff was new, like when Zen 4 was new, that's the reason why a lot of the Gigabyte boards were ranked very high. One of the things, it was a very subtle thing that they did, was they put the PCIe slots down at the bottom. And I'm like, yeah, that's actually a really smart move, because anybody who has a 4090 or even an XTX, they know how thick those cards can get, and there's no problem with using the second and third slot on a Gigabyte, because they thought it through. Like, that Gigabyte did something better than the others for once. Everyone else was like, oh, you know, it doesn't matter, just put them somewhere. Like, no, apparently it does actually matter. So now everybody's copying Gigabyte. It's hilarious. All these X870 boards, now it's like, oh, all of a sudden everybody put the second slot as far away as possible. But apparently whoever designed the Steel Legend didn't get the memo. The Tai Chi Light. Oh man, whoa, what is going on? Like, ASRock? ASRock apparently had two different people, two different teams design both of these. Somebody forgot that the 4090 exists when they designed this. But thankfully, whoever designed the Tai Chi Light did not forget that GPUs are thick. So, see, these two slots are adequately spaced away from each other. So that's not a problem on this one. So thankfully, the Tai Chi didn't screw it up. Like, yeah, this one looks like it's pretty good. Like, this one's got blazing. It's got 3, so it's got 4 M.2s. You have your USB 4. Yeah, 5 gigabit. And, oh, you know what? This one has 5 gigabit. This one had, did this have 5 gig or did this have 2.5? I know Asus had 2.5. Did Gigabyte have 2.5? Or did it have, 2.5 on Gigabyte? Wait a minute. ASRock went with 5 gig LAN. 5 gig LAN. That's nice. Not that anybody really actually has 5 gig internet speeds, but you know, if you're running like a home server or a home NAS or something, like this does make a difference. So, provided you have the switch that does 5 gig. But yeah, this is good. You know what I like about this? They put an M.2 over here. There aren't enough of these motherboards that do this, although I think that means this is going to be an EATX. Yeah, this is EATX. So this is not only is this supporting the thick graphics cards, this is one of the wide motherboards. This is one of the motherboards that has the big WoW classic shoulders, as I like to call them. This has got the shoulders. It's got that wide stance. It's got the power stance on this Tai Chi Light. So yeah, that's good. And then the Riptide. Riptide's just doing its thing. And then, oh, wait a minute. What's this? This is another white motherboard. Man, why are all the white motherboards only X870? Like, Gigabyte so far is the only one. You know, if you're doing a white build, to me, it's looking like the Aorus is the best choice right now. The Ice seems like it's the best one. No one's going with, like, the high end. What's going on here? Like, what, did they forget that people are interested in the higher end and they might want to do a white build? Looks like Aorus has a really good choice, though. That's a solid board, complete with the debug. You don't see a lot of debug codes on white boards anymore. So yeah, that one, to me, that's looking like that's the choice. This looks like it will be perfect with like a Zen 5X 3D. You know what I'm saying? That looks like a perfect board for X3D. The Tai Chi light also has a clear CMOS on the back. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I wish there was like an actual press release article about this, about ASRock's boards. You know, ASRock seems to get the least amount of coverage. It's sad because I feel like they're the ones that tend to be the most out there doing their own thing. I feel like MSI, Gigabyte, and Asus constantly just try to one-up each other and copy each other. Meanwhile, ASRock just does its own thing. Like, they just do... They have all these different motherboards that seem like they're all unconventional. Like, you have the Steel Legend with this strangely spaced PCIe slot. Like, for people who run 4090s, they're not going to understand why they did this. But for someone else who doesn't care about 4090s, they probably would think, like, hey, this actually... The placement of this might be good for some specific use case. I don't know. But yeah, that's interesting to see that there's so many different ones. Alright, let's see. I mean, if anybody has any more motherboards or anything they want to go over, we can do that. But I'm going to switch over the game here to Black Myth Wukong. But for me, personally, like, if I'm buying a motherboard now, what I've learned from using, like, a bunch of different motherboards in the last 2 years, I have to have a postcode. I'm not going to buy another motherboard that does not have a postcode. Like, it has to have the postcode. Because as somebody who does a lot of overclocking with memory, I don't want to be sitting in the dark not knowing what the computer's doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, because if you're trying to overclock 192 gigs of DDR5, the last thing you want to do is just sit there for like 6 minutes with your fingers crossed, hoping that it's going to post, but you have no idea if it's going to post because all you have is a little red light on the motherboard that doesn't seem like it's doing anything. Meanwhile, if you have a postcode, you can actually see what's going on. Usually it's going to sit at code 15. But the moment you see it change from code 15 to some other number, you know it's actually progressing. And then it'll go back to 15, then it'll go to some other number, then it'll go to 15, then it'll go to another number. So you know what's going on. You're not in the dark if you have a postcode, if you're doing anything with overclocking. Whereas otherwise, you're just, you know, like if you have a random whatever motherboard that doesn't have the postcode, you're basically in the dark. And you have no idea what's going on. Man, this dude's... Wow. Oh, whoops. Wait, how did I take so much damage? I forgot how to play. You don't play for a week and this is what happens. You're going with the Tai Chi Light. It has the postcode, everything you need, and beyond. It's not white but silver. Yeah, that one also will probably be a good price. What I can tell you from comparing the different brands, ASRock tends to have the most value for money. Which means if you're someone who's also trying to save money on the motherboard, ASRock typically will give you the most motherboard for the least amount of money compared to everybody else. So Asus is you're gonna have to spend the most. Typically, Asus will charge you the most for the same exact stuff that you could get cheaper from another brand. But ASRock tends to be the value king when it comes to trying to maximize how much you get for your money when trying to buy a motherboard. Yeah, this game looks amazing. The only other game that I can think of that reminds me of these sort of visuals is Demon's Souls Remake on PlayStation 5. That game, for me, like, it plays similar to this game. And that game just looks super good. Just like this. But that game was, like, so tailor-made for the PlayStation 5. It looks really good while performing really well on the PS5. And that's why there's still people out there that think that developers haven't even really fully realized the full potential of the PlayStation 5. I would say that statement's not true. I feel like most developers don't need to do what Bluepoint did with Demon's Souls to achieve the most performance, like the best possible look with the best possible performance. I think like that requires your own custom engine, that requires like so much specific optimization. Most people now, they want to do multi-platform. Do you believe the rumors of the PS5 Pro being announced next week? Yeah, it could. I mean, it's supposed to be this month. The announcement's supposed to be this month. I think I wouldn't be surprised if State of Play unveils it next week. That's in line with what I was saying before. It's either... Okay, let's put it this way. It either gets announced next week, or it gets announced at the end of the month at Tokyo Game Show. It's one or the other. And I think it makes sense to announce it next week, because that way at Tokyo Game Show, they can have demo units on the show floor for people to experience the power of the PlayStation 5 in person. Like the news media outlets that go to Tokyo to experience TGS this year, they'll be able to play around with the PS5 Pro. And then the launch for the PS5 Pro will be in November. Watch. I'm calling it right now, guys. I'm declaring it right now. It's going to be in mid-November. And if it's not in mid-November due to whatever delay, then it would be like the first week of December. It would be like in the first 7 days of December. Otherwise, it's going to be November. Watch. We'll see if I'm right. But I am pretty confident the PS5 Pro is launching this November. And I haven't looked at any leaks. You guys know me. I don't look at leaks. I don't really care what leaks say. I look at them more for like entertainment value more than anything. Oh, I mistimed that so bad. I can tell you, I'm getting a PS5 Pro. I want the PS5 Pro because I got a bunch of PS5 games that I still need to finish. And one of the excuses that I keep telling myself not to finish those games is to wait for PS5 Pro. What is up with this outside area? There's like... Is this an enemy? Oh, he is an enemy. I thought he was like an NPC or something. He just like didn't try attack me. Okay. Oh, he's blind. I don't even know if I should kill him. He's blind. Yeah, this guy's a blind opponent. We're just not gonna kill him. We'll just leave him alone. See, he doesn't know where I am. He's trying to listen for me, but whatever. I don't think I was in here. That's an enemy. Looks like Kratos from God of War. Speaking of God of War, I think God of War Ragnarok is coming out soon on PC. Oh, he can teleport. That made it even easier for me. Man, this game literally like increased sales of PC hardware by like 200% or more in China. It's insane. I mean, I can kind of see why, but I didn't know that many people were interested in Journey to the West. Or a game that was inspired by Journey to the West. Is there anything in here?
To kill is to uphold the Dharma.
Look, he doesn't know where I am. See, look at that. If I don't make any noise, he can't hit me. He doesn't know where I am. That's cool. Anyway. Wait, is there anything over here? Oh. So wait, there were two different paths. There was the path over there with the guys, where the golems with the rocks. And then there's this way. This looks like it leads to a boss fight. So let's actually check the other side first.
The land of Thunderclap allows no fate but one.
That's a new combo. I didn't even know I had that combo where I jab at the enemy. Is this the way that I was trying to go? Oh, is this guy blind also? No, he's not. He's wearing like a blindfold though, which is weird. Why did that guy teleport down there? That did not work out for him. Oh, there's like a stronger enemy up there. This dude right here.
You need a loyal friend.
What? Man, this chapter though, it's super long. Oh, that's a boss. That up there is definitely a boss. The question is he mandatory or is he optional? I feel like I can go around him.
Once you enter the temple.
Yeah, that thing right there looks like either a mid-boss or something. He's missing an arm. This is kind of a random area. There's like nothing here except that one enemy.
To kill is to uphold the Dharma.
Kind of a weird invisible barrier. That's the only thing about this game. This game has so many invisible barriers that you don't expect when you run into them. What is this? Wait, this guy's a boss? Didn't we just... Whoa, he hits super hard. What the... Wait, I am so far away from the save. That was really far into the area. I don't even know what the fastest way is to get back there. This is the temple entrance. Maybe this is a shortcut? Yeah, I think I can level up or gain a skill point. Is that guy trying to run up at me? The heck? Where did this guy come from? There's two of them? I don't know where those guys came from. They just kind of showed up out of nowhere. Wait, isn't this where I fought the guy that killed me? Yeah, this is where I... Okay. What the? This guy's name is Monk from the Sea. What, he can shoot through walls, but I can't? Almost got frozen to death. Or frost spells. Idling on in light of day by night. Remorse comes out to play. Transforms into the monk from the sea. Where's that other guy? There was another enemy. It's like the guy right there. Guess we can go. Well, I don't want to get him right now. I need to like I need to find a save point. Because this is a pretty long run back.
Jaguars shall crush on my fist! Once you enter the temple, you must count.
I have no idea where I'm supposed to go.
It's the eyes that see make your power leap.
I guess we can go this way. Oh wait, there's another one of those guys? Okay, this is new. I want to get past him, and hopefully there's a save point up here. Oh wait, no, man. This is like it's a big boss fight. There's two of those guys? Really? try going this way. Oh, that guy's coming toward me. What? Oh boy. A mandatory one. Well, we're gonna die probably because I don't have any healing items. Hold on, can I get this? Did you let me take that? No. Okay, I mean, I kind of have a general idea of where to go. It's just straight ahead. We don't need to run off the beaten path anymore. There was that one enemy, the optional boss. Yeah, we pretty much just go this way. Actually, I should level up. I did get a new spell though, so it's like set spells, Spellbinder, Ring of Fire, and Immobilize. Let's go with Immobilize for now. Oh, I can transform into this guy. Let's try this guy. He might be good. Yeah, it's pretty much just this is the path. I have to beat this guy to unlock him. Well, that home's on me? Okay, we got him. Surprised there's no save, although I think this is just... Well, there's these two. Alright, let's get this guy. Wait a minute, what? They can hit each other? Yes, throw that at him. He keeps on hitting his friend. Wait, is the other one over here? Oh boy, like I can't tell what's happening because of the camera. Which one's almost dead? Not that one, it's this one over here. Alright, that one's dead. Alright, that leaves just this guy now. Yeah, that strong combo is so good. There. All right. Is there a save up here? I know there's a boss in that room. Yes, there's a save. Somewhere. Right here. Oh, yes, finally. Man, this chapter's long. I have to keep streaming until I get to chapter 4. Like, I don't have to finish chapter 4, I just need to, like, get to chapter 4. Okay, now what I'll do, I bet there's, like, this is probably the chapter boss. Yeah, that's probably the chapter boss. Okay, so we're probably at the end of chapter 3. And there's a meditation spot from killing this guy over here. Why is there a barrier there? That's so weird. Alright, let's get rid of this guy and then we'll get the chapter boss. Yeah, this guy right here. Get him, boys. Whoa, okay. Let's try to see what this guy does. Let's see what this guy can do. Not very effective against him. Got him. Non-pure spirit. All right. 2 levels. Guess we should check this side. I think that's everything. I did the quest for the guy that was in the prison. So we did that. I guess that was the side thing to do. Oh, Spellbinder. I don't really do much with this. I think we're gonna level up Immobilize more. Casting Immobilize no longer interrupts light attack combo. That's actually a good one. Yeah, we're gonna go with Immobilize. Yeah, we're at the end. I guess this is huge. Like, wait a minute. So this is the first area. So there's like 4 areas in the first one, 5 areas in the second one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 areas in the okay. But these are really big areas. All right, let's do this final boss time, or I guess final chapter boss time.
Ages ago, Junjanza and I were peers. Ever questing with goodwill, he was. His nature made him question the supremacy of us beyond mortal woe and grief. He deemed all souls could be akin to us. Why then do we tower whilst others merely kneel and offer? He asked. I told him the others are less than us. His misstep cast him back into the endless cycle. Reborn, he drew 3 disciples. But what did they change? One ended up a corpse, others fugitives. He too took to the shadows. Pathetic. Those journeyers have misplaced their worship. Why bet on the sutra when one oneself can be a Buddha?
Kneel before the Buddha of the future.
Weren't we supposed to have the ally?
Has come for my
Whoa. I feel like, am I supposed to time the jump?
cycle of vexation.
Wait, what? Wait, did I die?
My sack
I'm confused. I got him to 0 HP. Why?
souls like you. Enter within and find enlightenment.
These Q code boards seem pricey. Wait, what? I won legit and still ended up... It's like you weren't even supposed to win. On the Nova, there's a slight low VRM. The VRM, man, barely makes any difference. Like, the VRMs on all these boards is just way overkill. Oh, am I gonna finally meet with the dog, fox, rat guy, whatever he is? He was supposed to meet up with me at the end of this. Is that him? Yeah, that's him. There he is. Oh, I remember this thing.
Idiot! That trickster caught you too! This wicked sack is much more vicious than before, nurturing such evilness! Yellowbrow must have woven Wukong's strength into it. That bastard! Join me! Let's fight our way out.
Alright, here we go. Get the boys, summon the boys. Alright, get them, boys. Time to get them, boys. Freeze them up, freeze them up.
Before all love turn into sky. Not some for prestige and legacy ended up.
Bam! I want to try transformation. Let's try transformation. This transformation is terrible, man. I feel like the first one you get is like the best one. All these transformations are so gimmicky. Yeah, transform.
Vanquish the reflection from the past.
What? Oh yeah, boom, power pole extend. Okay, this guy with his teleporting around is like super annoying. Man, this summon is so terrible.
It is only natural. Practitioners may err from time to time.
Are you serious? All that, and then I ended up dying anyway? So stupid. I don't think I should have died there. Wait, we have to do the whole thing again, both phases? Wow, okay. Yeah, this is definitely the chapter fight. I wonder if there's something that I did not get that could have made this easier, though. It doesn't seem to have any... Oh, okay, okay, good. You don't have to do the stupid first part. Did he parry me? How am I not able to do my follow-up?
reflection from the past.
Oh, am I supposed to kill the clones so that he can't absorb them? Because he heals from them. Wow. Yeah, I think don't use the monkey summons. The summons take too much MP. I think that's the thing. Like, it's better to just fight him without the summons. I have a feeling, though, I'm supposed to kill the clones before he absorbs them. I think the problem is I'm letting him absorb the clones. And when he does that, he heals up and he changes his moveset. So he plays way more aggressively and hits like a truck. So I feel like you don't want him to absorb the clones.
Practitioners may work from time to time.
That old monkey must have been blind to having a fool like you. Tougher than my brain, that. Or not.
That is not true. How can one prevail without?
Oh yeah, kill these things. Kill these things. If I can. Oh, it's gonna be too distracting though. I really should have killed him that first attempt. I should not have died in the first attempt. I was doing the best in the first attempt. I need the one that increases attack power. Damage reduction is fine. What is this? No, I need to increase attack power. Moderately increases damage. That's all I need. I need these two. That's it. Yeah, this is actually pretty good against those things. Still ended up healing. It's so lame. There. Oh, they were inside the jar.
Kill it. Do it. Yes. Just like that. That's who you are.
Keep your wits, boy. Don't get swayed.
Here, let me quench your thirst for blood.
I'm confused. How did he end up like this? How did Wukong turn into this?
All conditioned things are impermanent and lead astray. Be a butcher, then be a butcher. kind. You must be of that kind. Now, you have introduced your karma into this cycle. Such enlightenment surely would grant you Buddha.
So what happens if you don't fight any of these enemies? Well, I guess I have no choice.
Countless more revere. Have your fill of carnage. The minds of the Buddhas are empty. Let go of the arms, they say. But can you let go your heap upon your head as you find no escape in your suffering. An ultimate nirvana Christ grants you.
Am I supposed to be going back up?
The destined
Wait, what?
I shall meet you in combat, devoid of any intent to see who prefers dark. Thou shalt revere, or thou
Yellow Bar has so
never
much cheese.
cease here. Behold my Mahavira hall. How can Mount Linsa match its magnificence? Sight and sound.
Am I supposed to keep hitting him until the gold thing? I'm confused. Like, am I supposed to keep hitting him?
You seek the land of bliss. There is only dark.
Oh, wow. Oh, man.
Your was in your destiny, not yourself.
This is the enemy that everybody's been waiting to kill the whole time.
The destined one wasn't Who granted your destiny? Soon Wukong? Thou shalt revere, or thou wilt never cease here. Behold my Mahavira hall. Walk the path of Buddha. Go within, not without.
Whoa, never seen him do that.
Chance is a lost one.
Is there a way for me to...
The destined one, what a glorious path! I shall meet you in combat, devoid of law, to see who prevails. Thou shalt revere, or thou wilt walk the path of Buddha from within, not without. All forms of illusion. You seek the land of death. There is only abyss, and your abyss is me.
Is this really how I'm supposed to fight him? Seems like a lame style of having to fight this boss.
About my seeds is how it utterly remakes all who exist. All forms are illusion. Will you not see?
Man, this is a terrible summon. It's so useless.
I persist with this farce.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna need anti-electricity for this fight. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what to do here. Too much immunity. He goes gold and you can't like hit him. Super annoying. Maybe I'm supposed to do how are you supposed to do a charge attack when he keeps doing those sweeping moves? Remove shock state significantly reduce increases. Okay. So wait, what is this one called? Shock quelling powder.
The destined one was a glorious
Why is it not connecting?
I shall meet you in combat, devoid of any limits, to see
There's gotta be some trick. I feel like there's gotta be a trick. There's no way, like, this is how you're supposed to fight him when he's in gold. He's got slow moves. But I can't charge fast enough. Like, the problem is... This is weird. It's such a stupid way of... That's mandatory? There's no way to get out of that?
Your fear. Walk the path of Buddha. Go with it, not without.
How is he able to do that while I'm... See, that doesn't make any sense. I'm immobilizing him at the wrong time.
What is the king for?
What is going on here?
Wukong. Only I hold that You seek the land of bliss. There is only abyss. And your abyss is me.
What? You can skip it? Oh, of course. Of course you would do that.
Across the land, they hold power and hate. Who are you to defy?
That...
Fight on a waging chance. The last one.
Yeah, immobilize doesn't seem that good, actually. Is there a way I can change this? I don't have a save point. I need to re-equip. Oh wait, what does this do? Burn immunity and I guess this thing, even though it'll give me immunity against, or it gives me, what does it do? Increasing focus. I can't equip it?
The destined one. What a glorious name they
How was there no way to escape that? I was able to like cheese the other one.
walk the path of Buddha. Go within, not without.
There's no way to make yourself immune to his roar? What the?
Your fate was in your destiny, not yourself. The destined one wasn't I can see you struggle with but one hand upon my gut. Between me, tight and sound together. How thou shalt revere order. Who battled your destiny? Who Wukong? Only I hold that power. You are noise me, and here no one to turn to. I persist. You seek the land of bliss. There is only I. What is best about my seeds is how it happens.
There's gotta be a way to avoid that. Because to me that doesn't seem fair. What?
Below my window.
Can you do that twice?
I can see you with but one hand upon my
Man, that's cheap.
Walk the path of Buddha your destiny. Wukong, only I know that how. Receive me, sight and sound. Out.
There we go. Finally. This was 3 bosses back to back.
I saw how this would end for you long ago. Keep fighting for others, and in time, you shall fall by their hands. I, Yellowbrow, fight solely for myself. Lost.
Oh, they were out. They were there the whole time?
I will not lose. If only I could wield that monkey's relic just once more.
This rogue stole my seed sack and fled here. With Wukong's relic, he made it a soul-snatching vessel. He also took my look and my name to trick his old foes into vengeance.
Gah, you potbelly! I should have figured out it was you.
Forgive my little deception.
Stolen once, I buy it. Stolen twice, I doubt it.
Your doubt is fair. I shouldn't have underestimated his nerve. I meant to subdue him myself, but you two were swifter.
Hey, okay.
Fortune favors you, Bajie. But I see great potential in this young one. He might just be... the right monkey.
Enough of this empty talk. I don't care if Yellowbrow drowns in the lake. We can't have Wukong's relic sink with him.
For that, pray, lend me that rake of yours.
What was that? A giant fish. Don't you just need to reset the CMOS? You can clear CMOS. Is this like the pagoda area? That's jade and pearls and gold coins.
You tarried in the mortal world for a good while, didn't you? Speak clearly.
Once again, I proved it to you, Genshin.
You chose a means to an end, not to a proof. You sow chaos in hearts just for the sake of winning. How absurd and pathetic.
If not for winning, why debate over means and ends?
Chapter 3, White Snow, Ice Cold, concluded.
That stone monkey merely named himself a sage, yet this altar boy dared to found his own faith and proclaim himself Buddha. Your faith is firm and will unwavering. You resisted his lures. All those who were high and mighty found their minds lost and their faith stained. But was it truly because of their devotion to Yellowbrow? As you braved ice and snow, did the stench of shattered ego reach your nose?
Oh, look at that. So there's only 2 remaining. So chapter 3 was the middle of the game. So now we're now in the latter half of the game. It looks like there's chapter 4 and chapter 5. And then that's it. And we're already going beyond level 60.
For half a verse of the ultimate truth, Snow Mountain ascetic gave his life, so attained Buddhahood. Such is the sole way to rise above all and build a faith. If those with talents should proudly scorn the rules and do as they please, how then may all the realms enjoy peace and prosperity?
You know, this part right here, where it's between chapters, it makes me think of, like, Drakengard 3. Like, when you were between chapters in that game. That's another series that needs a complete remaster. But yeah, to answer that question, if the motherboard stopped booting after a bad overclock, you typically just clear CMOS and it should come back.
Not a soul can fathom his mind. An edict for rats turned a son against his sire. Vowing to draw the line with Yaoguais, he left his home in fury, never to return. Now an old grudge lands him caged, and he recalls his home at last. But with loved ones lost, where can one find home again? Chanu of the North, the vanquisher of Yaoguais. The Jade Emperor once ordered him to purge the world of evil. The turtle and the snake were his generals back then. Alas, the snake general can no longer join the ranks, and Chanu is no more.
There's that tiger. Yeah, really cool game. It has a very unique stylistic look. I guess that's it. That's the last chapter. Next chapter. Yeah, I guess here we go. Rosy cheeks, gray hair. Chapter 4. You know what I would recommend though, like for people that are looking at what computer hardware to get, if you're not planning on upgrading your PC platform in general, provided you have M.2 drive slots available, M.2 prices are going to go up.
My bones are cracking from lugging this load. Step it up. We gotta catch that feast on time. Hear me out. They say that hag has her quirky ways. Each season she'd wed a mate, then devour him. Once our lady brought her a wedding gift, a mirror, a past echo. Which? The past echo. The lady often speaks of it with regrets. I wonder why. Let me finish, will you? The hag got the mirror and looked into it, and for no reason at all, she threw it away. That soured Our Lady's mood. She stopped visiting since then.
Gibbering and jabbering. Couldn't even catch a wink of sleep this whole time.
What? Who's in there? How dare you spoil the gift from her No place to find peace these days. Hey! Lovely! Why don't you come down and join us? Leaving so soon? Why the shyness?
Oh, the assassin probably saved them then. From wherever they were going, or assuming they were trapped somehow, or what. I don't know what the context of what was going on here. So this one looks like it's going to be the night chapter.
Speed it up. With all this gathering, you barely use any of it.
Yeah, I think we're going to end the stream soon, now that I made it to chapter 4. Yeah, this is definitely another new area. At first I thought maybe this was the first area, just at night, but no, this is a completely different area. Yeah, this game is surprisingly good. I was not expecting it to be this good.
Looks like there's a dwelling ahead. Care to take a quick peek? Hey, why are you ditching me?
He was saying who would live here? The foliage, everything in the game world is so dense. This truly looks next gen. This is a true next gen game.
This place still looks the same.
Basically, any game that is not available, any newer game that is not available on the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One. What is that? We're encountering a lot of new looking enemies. It's like a spider and a tiger. That's weird.
Look, you restless monkey. I was...
Uh-oh. Poison. This level's gonna have a lot of poison. Your stream looks great even on lower resolution. Yeah, this stream is encoded using the AMD Radeon 7900 XTX with the AV1 encoder. Actually, it may be AV1 or it may actually be HEVC. I forget. It's one of the newer ones though. It's definitely not H.264. And I think that's the reason why it looks so good. It's using the newer encoder types. Yeah, this game itself, though, looks really good. And I'm playing this game on an OLED 32-inch 4K screen. It looks really, really good. This is totally... This is the next-gen gaming experience because you're playing at 4K. You're playing on an OLED screen, 240 hertz. Super crisp pixel response.
What could this be? Something I won't miss for sure.
We need... I can't believe there's no save point. We've gone, like, so far into this area. And not a single save point. I think this is supposed to be the Silent Hill level.
Fine bit. Better entrust it to me.
What is that? Oh, that's gotta be a boss. Man, I can't wait to play Final Fantasy 16 on PC. That game's gonna look really good on PC also. That's another game that I expect the PS5 Pro to improve, though. What the? What is this guy doing? Oh! Yeah, they're going for the Silent Hill. They're going for, like, the jump scares in this level. Chapter 4. I'm just trying to get to the save point, and it'll probably end up ending the stream. We've already been streaming for almost 4 hours. I was not expecting it to be this long. Oh wait, there's more stuff over here. Wait. Yeah, I guess this is the level where you fight a bunch of different bugs. This has almost got like an outside Bergenworth vibe. All these weird looking things. Like that looked like something out of Bloodborne or Sekiro right there. It looked like the headless, but it had a weird head from Sekiro. I feel like we've gone like so far into this, exploring this area, and we haven't even found a save point yet. Okay, we're back at the front. This is where the level started. How is it that there's no save point?
Keeping the finest finds from me? Oh, that's hurt. Open that chest, quick! There must be treasures to it.
Lots of souls to absorb here.
Found treasure? What petty guide! Bow to your maker!
Does this do anything? This just seems like the most worthless move. It looks cool, but it doesn't seem like it does anything. Yeah, we've been through here already.
Tight squeeze. Could I've kept drift? What's the rush? All hotheads wind up dead. Who goes there? You cross me, and you fall!
You prefer map or no map? I feel like a game like this, it would be okay to play it with the map, but it doesn't need it. Like, I feel like playing it without the map definitely makes it more, it feels more immersive. There's another enemy around. Oh, there's an archer. What the? Okay, now the save point is nearby. I can hear it. Man, this is a pretty long section to go with no save. I got an idea. Let's try this guy. Yeah, let's try this guy. Let's see what you can do. Yeah, the power. What? Pretty strong enemy right there. It had a lot of HP.
I can't believe there's a fruit I've not tasted. What's the rush? All hotheads wind up dead.
Oh, that's where we came through.
Nice find. This might come in handy.
Man, these annoying spiders, they messed up my fully charged attack. There we go. We leveled up 3 times. Oh, actually, no. I think like 2 of those was from the previous boss.
There's a nice shrine here, kid. We should take it.
This is like the. Is this really the first save? This is way far away from the entrance of this area. Recovers a moderate amount of mana upon crashing the... That is an instant learn. I want to max my charging speed because I like to use a charge attack. Those are pretty good at stun locking. This is what I wanted to do earlier. Oh, okay. Oh, I got a new transformation. What is this? Oh, I could transform into that guy? Let's try that guy. That was from the... I gained that from the last boss fight. I really find... I find Immobilize really useful most of the time. I just keep using that. This is a legendary. Fine gold thread. What does this do? Unique effect. Upon successful hits from spirit skills, grants massive focus upon reverting. Oh wait, so this one. Oh, I see. Vengeful Mirage will inflict Thunderbane. You know what? This armor set would have been useful for that last boss fight in Chapter 3. in a way, I feel like what I'm using is still good enough. Moderately increases critical hit chance for short duration, decoy and duplicates. Although I don't really use decoy and duplicates that much. So I may actually need to swap over to something else. Maybe this? Well, we'll see. Upon perfect dodges grants. I really want this, but I need more fine gold thread for the whole thing. I mean, I can go with the headpiece, because at least that. Upon successful hits from spirit skills, grants massive focus. That's good. Let's go with that. Now I just need the other pieces to match. I need Vengeful Mirage. Maybe I should... Okay. Right now I'm wearing what? This? Decoy and duplicate. See, I don't use that. I think we're gonna go with this. This has shock resist. Yeah, for the 3-set bonus. And then for the weapon, can I craft a better one? I kind of think this is still... Oh, this is... Okay, this is better. I need gold tree cores. So whatever, I just need 3 more. Oh, this is what I... Okay, yeah, I'll just leave that alone. That's good. Alright, I think that's going to be it. We're now in Chapter 4. Yeah, I guess that's the very beginning. Unless there's another one that I missed somehow going through here. But yeah, this game... So there's 5... It seems like there's 5 chapters. And we're now in Chapter 4. So I'm almost like 2/3 through the game. This game is really good though. It's actually, this is the sort of game that you don't get bored playing. Like, it's hard to put a game like this down because the gameplay is so engaging around every corner. And the blind first playthrough like this is the most fun with this type of game. Yeah, so I guess this is where we'll end it. But anyway, that's gonna be it for this stream. Let me see. Yeah, I think I'll probably jump in there for a little bit, RK. But I probably am gonna have to go to sleep soon. But yeah, that's gonna be it, guys. So we are about 2/3 of the way through the game, I guess, for the standard ending, or I guess the good ending. I do plan to do some videos, like an overclocking guide, a quick overclocking guide for the 9700X, and then we will do one for the 9950X. I wanted to do some videos on DDR5, but at this point, I'm probably just gonna wait until the new motherboards come out to see if the new motherboards improve the memory, like especially 4 sticks of DDR5. Like that is what I'm really hoping to see from the new motherboards. Otherwise, for someone like me, if there's really no improvement for 4 sticks, I'm probably just gonna stick with what I have and not do any further upgrades. So, but yeah, that's gonna be it. Hope you guys enjoy the stream, and I guess the people that were in here earlier, I don't know if they're still here, but like there was a good discussion earlier on about motherboard block diagrams. So if you like this type of content, get subscribed to the channel, and I'll catch you guys next time. Thanks.